Okay. Hello, everybody. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Hey, Sig and Big Boss Waztech. Welcome in. And Ian, good morning / afternoon, whatever time frame you're in at the moment. DS Paul, how's it going? Jazz Snaz. Yeah, we're painting a big dwag boy today. That's true, the thickest, widest boy. How's everyone doing? Everyone excited to check out this new miniature? Let's give it a go. All right. So, we have the ancestor that we're going to be working on today. Oop. Does not like to stick to this very well. But that's okay. It's pretty big enough that shouldn't have to worry about it too much. But, yeah, it's pretty big. Hey, Mark, how's it going? In fact, you know what I might do? I might just get some extra sticky tack to put on here. I think real quick. Never mind, it's all gone. Where did it all go? I thought I had some around here, but I suppose not. That's fine. We don't need the handle. But yeah. He's going well. Looking forward to painting and chatting. Awesome. He's so beefy. That's what I'm inferring. Yeah, this is a very thick boy. And then out from the back of him is sprouting the ancestor. So, pretty cool. What color flame you doing? Hey, Muad. Good to see you. So, I was thinking about it for a bit. And so normally I try to avoid using airbrushes and things like that for this stream in particular, because this is supposed to particularly feature more beginner friendly stuff, primarily specifically, you know, and not everybody has an airbrush. But I cheated a little bit and I primed them and then went in with the airbrush and reprimed the white areas because we're going to be trying to go for a big bright flame. And also some little glowy bits. I thought it'd be cool to kind of have some of the glow coming out of the out from between his legs and whatnot, and then the eyes and mouth. But I thought it would be cool to go with not the box art. Well, I guess technically the box art, but not the painted miniature box art. I thought we would go with something like this. I thought it would be neat to try to emulate more of this really, really bright yellow that's going on here, and try to emulate the kind of funky reds and oranges that are going on around the face and stuff too. So I think that's what we're going to try to do here today. I don't know how well it's going to work. But I'm excited because I get to try out some Army Painter paints for the first time. Again, kind of leaning into that more of what's available for folks So I've gone through, and I've not really used speed paints or contrast paints or anything like that in the past very often. I figured now would be a good time to kind of give them a shot. So I think that's what we're going to start off with, just to see how things go. Thankfully, these I've not used Army Painter before, so this is kind of new territory for me. But I'm excited. We got this maize yellow speed paint, so I thought that that would probably be a good basis for putting a lot of the yellows on here. So I think we're going to try to go with that starting out. I think. What did I miss here, though? Oh, Spires and Dwayne rework delays are a big sad, but hey, we're getting buffed again, so Silver Swanson can get second again with him. Yeah, it's, I mean, I would rather it be delayed and done right. You know, I know that people are wanting to get to see the new stuff, you know, or try out different things, but I'm sure that there are good reasons for it. And they did say that they were going to be talking about the rework um, at the next roundtable. So for the Dweg, at least they said that. I'm not sure about. I'm not so sure about the other the spires, but yeah, I think we're gonna try to go with this greenish turquoise kind of armor down here, and then we'll go with kind of a bright yellow going on up here in the flame. I'm excited about it. There's going to be a lot of interesting stuff, a lot of new territory that we're going to be going on with here today. Let's actually fill up this paint cup a bit more. I was so proud of myself. I got everything ready to go for this stream. The one thing I did not account for was I should have changed out my paint cup. It's not terrible, but during the break, I'll likely go and get some fresh water. Hey, this mechanic, what's going on? Welcome in. There we go. That water's looking a little funky. But yeah, if you guys don't follow, this Mechanic Games has been playing a lot of Dwayne Home recently here on Twitch. So make sure you give him a follow. You be working on any more today? All right, let's try out this maize yellow. See how this works. It's a little dark, but that's okay because we're gonna have to probably do a few layers to kind of lighten it and darken it and stuff. So let's just soak it all up on this brush here and just jump right into it, I guess. Ooh. I got some like dust or something in my water here. That's not good. I think that's coming off my brush. That's not good. Layers like an ogre? I didn't even think about that, but yeah, I suppose that's I completely forgot about that. It's been a very long time since I've seen Shrek. I think there was some like weird dust or something in my brush there. That was not good. Oh, I bet you I know where that came from. All right, let's try this again. May want to do any painting for a few weeks. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, we can get back into it pretty soon. Falling freely, hello. Speaking of amazing, talented painters, Falling Freely is in the building. How are you doing today? If you guys don't follow Falling Freely, please make sure that you do. Oh, actually, this account doesn't follow. Now it does. So we'll get falling freely on painting some sweet Conquest stuff. I don't know if you've seen or not. Has everyone here seen the previews for the Weavers? We're gonna be getting our first Weavers, I think, in October, and you bet I am all over it. The drakes, though, oh my gosh, the flower dragons, that is like big time the thing I'm looking forward to. Also, the standard troops, you know, with the bows and arrows and stuff, I'm a big fan of. How are you? I'm doing well indeed. It's been a busy month, you know, getting ready for the Nova Open and all that stuff. Speaking of which, is anyone here going to the Nova Open? I surely hope so, because I will be there at the Conquest booth pretty much all weekend, so. I have not used a contrast style paint in a very long time, and this is the first time I've used an Army Painter speed paint. And so far, I'm kind of digging it. Oh no! Well, I suppose that's okay. I'll get to see you at Adepticon, hopefully, at least. Flower dragons sound cool. Yeah, the I'm very very excited for the Weavers. I anyone who's been following me for long enough knows that I lied and basically said that I was going to like my next army was going to be the Weavers and that was going to be like my main army. Um, I lied because I had no idea that Euroni were going to happen. Um, but that is so I was like, well, I have no clue when the Weavers are going to come out, so I'll just jump on with the Euroni because they're amazing. I am a sucker for Japanese mythology. Let's do it. So I did that, and then like right after, they're like, oh, and guess what? Also Weavers. I was like, oh no, you, I've been bamboozled. So I'm still doing the Weavers army, and I'm still intending on essentially making them my main folks if the rules and whatnot, if I like the gameplay. But I have now built a Euroni army that needs to be finished painted. And I have a Spires army, so I'm gonna be just that guy, I guess. You already were a very good Spire. I know, right? No Nova for me, but I'll be hitting up a Brazilian steakhouse, a minor league game with friends that weekend. Well, that doesn't sound bad at all. One of my favorite things is at Nova, there's this amazing Greek place, and it's kind of become a tradition that me and the other Conquest guys, since Conquest is an amazingly Greek-based company, we always go and get this awesome Greek food every time at Nova. I'm very excited for that. Rumors book for Adepticon? Good, me too. Um, let's see. Can I get you a link in Discord? I might be able to get you a link in Discord here real quick. Hold on. I have the picture saved on my phone. And I can just message them to you. Because I don't know that there's... Or did I post a link in my Discord? That's okay. Let's see. Here we go. Actually, you know what we'll do? I'm just going to bring them up on stream. Why not? Because we have that power. So let's go ahead. Oh, I was about to push the button. That's the wrong thing. Here we go. Okay, so there's the Parabellum website. But we're going to get on to showing off the Weavers here real quick. For anyone who missed it. Let's see. Who did I send this to last? Ah, yes. Good old... Here we go. There we go. Actually, let's go back one real quick. Let me get them all prepped and ready before before we jump right into it. Okay. They didn't preview everything, but they previewed more than enough to get me excited. In fact, I went to Epic Basing and ended up just getting a ton of basing stuff just for this army. So, okay. So first up, we have the current skirmishers, which unfortunately the ones you sent. Oh, fair enough. Well, we won't go too in depth into this since this is a painting stream, but I do want to show these off because they're just amazing. But current skirmishers, very traditional wood elves for with your bows and arrows and things like that. Very excited about that. Also, I'm going to need a pronunciation guide, because I do not know how to pronounce these. But these are the lore masters. They look really cool. Then we have essentially what kind of looks like a weaver's kind of captain of the guard type of situation here. It's pretty slick. And then Seed, I believe. Yeah, I would believe that for sure. Skethan riders, maybe. But we got Moth Riders, basically, which is pretty cool. I'm very excited about that. These ones are like hand-to-hand combat. And then these are the Sinir, maybe? Sinir Riders, which are more kind of skirmishers with little crossbow guns and whatnot. Which is pretty cool. We have the Will-O-Wisps, which is a really interesting concept of these like floating, like the plants themselves are able to be taken around, which is really cool. I'm very excited about that. But the big ones, the ones I'm very excited about, is the Scoth Drake. I'm assuming that's how it's pronounced. It is a dual kit. But yeah, it's a dual kit, which also has the Coil Drake. But basically a dragon with a flower for a head. That's crazy. In the coolest way. Not an actual dragon, because the dragons are mostly extinct. But here's the second version. And the second version has a bit more of a traditional like dragon head on it. But from what I heard also, we'll get back to painting here in a second. But from what I heard also, none of these are final sculpts. They still have a little bit of work that they're finishing up on them. But the drakes in particular will have riders that you can put on them. So that's going to be pretty cool. Very, very excited about that. But yeah, back to the dwarves instead. It's actually, I was this close to starting a Dwagholm army, mostly because I got my butt kicked by for those who saw him play on tabletop, I got my butt kicked fairly handedly by Tycho on Play on Tabletop with my Spires and his Dwagholm, and he demolished me. I mean, I tried to put up a good fight. I took down his big old drakes and whatnot, but it was just like they are better than I thought. Though I will agree, a lot of folks have been saying that they need a rework, and I can definitely see that. But they are a defensive powerhouse. But we're just trying out these speed paints here, which are going on really nice. And one of the reasons they're just a bit too strong, very hard to take down. Yeah, I have experienced that firsthand. But at the same time, as much of I am, if anyone who knows me well enough, I am an elf fan all the time. Pretty much. I back when I was when I was getting my first usernames and stuff. Nah, it can't be right. When I was getting my first usernames for stuff back when like AIM was a thing, like my AIM username had something to do with like Elf Lord or something like that, because being a preteen who was like obsessed with fantasy elves. Um, that was I was obviously very very cool growing up as a teenager. But even still, especially as time has gone on, I used to not really care for dwarves or dwarf like entities in fantasy. Um, I was not a big fan, but as time has gone on, I will say I have gained much respect for dwarves in most fantasy settings. Um, just kind of realizing that they probably live a much more fun life. I feel like in most settings, still enjoy elves more than dwarves in most settings, but I do have a great respect for dwarves and Dwaycom as well, of course. Although I am really interested. Um, oh, Dwager an interesting place. It can be 8 to 10 shooting army or 8 to 10 fighting army, 8 to 10 casting army. Just don't try to mix and match. Yeah, it seems like you just gotta kind of focus on one and just like do that one thing and do it well, and you're gonna be fine. As a dwarf fan, my beard will remember this almost insult. The long beards be grumbling. um, the uh, it probably should have thought to not mention my love for elves over dwarves in the dwarf Dwegom painting stream. um, but no, I definitely I was very close after getting that amazing defeat on Play on Tabletop. I was very close to considering starting a Dwegom army. Not because I was like, oh, these guys are clearly good, I want to play them, but I like the lore of the Dwegom in general. Um, and Ragodash. I love Ragodash as a character. That is one of the coolest. I was so mad when he ended up losing that campaign. Because dude's got high Ogam energy. And for those who may not be super into the lore, Ogam is the Dwegholm word for honor. So it's another little joke that us at the Conquest booth were talking about last year at Nova is having some high Ogam energy. That's going in the book. Oh man. How fortuitous you have a close friend who has a massive dwarf fan. It's true. Elf Lord Evan, yeah. Well, it was funny because like I was still a young lad at the time, and so a lot of people in the online spaces would just shorten it to Elf Boy. Like, all right, Elf Boy, that kind of thing. So I just kind of embraced that, and that was my username for the longest time. But as I grew up, I was like, it's probably not a great thing to have as like your email. So I abandoned that. It says so much about. I know. Nothing good. I leave you as an elf boy. I'll return as an elf man. I mean, that's why I picked Spires originally. I find them very like the whole Exiles in general. Very interesting lore. I mean, I don't think there's anywhere in the official lore where they're called elves. They basically are, and everyone kind of recognizes them as such. But I could be wrong, but I don't think there's anywhere in the official lore that actually calls them elves. It's usually either exiles or then they're more particular denominations of hey, Orcs Paint Shop, what's going on? Yeah, I think it's more the delineation of um exiles more so than elves in Conquest. So right now we're just jamming with some nice bright yellow speed paint of Maize Yellow from the Army Painter. And I am putting it on a little thin because I don't want this to be I don't want this to be super colored in. Oh, that was not so thin. But we can put on a pretty thick coat and it'll still be fine. Paint that Dwayne. That's right. How's it going, Orcs Paint Shop? If you guys don't follow, another awesome painter here on Twitch who also been jamming on some. Oh, I'll make sure this account follows too, because why not? Been painting up some Conquest as well. Also, if everybody has any like painting questions and whatnot, please feel free to ask. I will do my best to answer. Thanks for showing. Yeah, of course. Could just finish some of that tavern. Nice. Yeah, we're going for this kind of effect. We're going to try to go after the actual art and see if we can get that done on this guy. It's going to be very difficult because it has a lot of... It's very, very bright, and it's so easy to go too dark. We're going to see how it goes. Your tips are epic. Are they? I did. I was hoping also for other folks here. I was hoping to go to LVO as well this year, but it looks like that's going to be a bust, sadly. But if you would like to see, I will be painting at the Conquest booth at Nova. So I have a bunch of Euroni that I still need to finish, so I'm likely going to bring them to paint. LVO Missy. Yeah, I was really hoping to go, essentially for work. It was looking like I was going to be able um, to do that. But I think basically the trip normally in the industry when they want people to come out to their stuff, they will invite people and get pay for their travel and stuff to bring them out. And I've been to a bunch of conferences where they do that, and we thought that this one was also going to be the same, but we just found out this week they're like, no, you got to pay for your own trip out here. And we're like, okay, well, no, we're not paying you to to get paid. Because they have other people who pay them to bring folks out like us, if that makes sense. So sadly not this year, but I was really hoping to enter the Army Painters Army Painting Competition. So because they have a competition where you paint an entire army, and I thought that that would be really cool to win that with a Conquest army. So I don't think that's going to happen this time. But it kind of makes me feel a little better because I have a little bit more time to chill and work on my Euroni instead of trying to rush them for that in like 3 months. We got planned for Nova. I have a few pieces that I've been painting. I'm hoping that this one, or maybe some of the other Conquest ones that I've done, I can enter and show off. But I'm going to be bringing a lot of my Conquest stuff that we've done for this stream, for Colors of Conquest. So those will be there, just like in the case at the Conquest booth. So that'll be cool. And then we will. But I have a few other pieces that I'm going to be entering as well into the capital palette. So I'm not going to hold my breath. The Masters category is a very tough category to compete in, but if I can get if I can get a runner-up, I'd be very happy. So we'll see. Serena, what is going on? How are you doing? You guys also don't follow Serena. We're going to be getting her to paint some Conquest here soon, I think. Let's see. So make sure you give Serena a follow if you haven't already. I mean, we'll find something for you. Malls are fire. That is true. Especially this one. Quite literally. But I'm hoping... I have so many of the Artisan series ones. And I have 3 or 4 plans of dioramas for Conquest specifically. One of which is going to be really small and kind of easy to do. I'm very excited about that. Everything's going well? Yeah, not too bad. I hope yours is as well. But I do have a plan for one. As you guys may have seen, the Sorcerer King's fish gnome with his hand on fire and everything running in pain. Well, I got this little explosion effect. And I think we're going to make a really fun diorama out of that one. Last game I played with Dwayne was 1929 win. As in, you won with 29? No, we'll do dope. Yeah. Yes, I won. Nice. Yeah, I like... they seem quite nice. I was very tempted to start an army, but then the Euroni came out, and then they're like, oh, and guess what? Also, 2 armies this year. Congrats. Enjoy the Weavers now. And I was like, oh no. They could not have done... Like, after these 2 armies, I will be fine for quite some time. I will obviously be painting lots of stuff for different armies. But in terms of having armies, I will be totally okay with with having the 3 that I have now. Okay, we got to make sure to get the underneath too, is always the part that is easy to forget. And also the hardest to reach sometimes. Everyone loves Euroni. It was like, I knew they were planning on a Japanese themed faction. I knew that much. Did not know that they would be releasing this soon. And did not expect... I'm so glad that they are more creative than I am. Because my thought was just, oh, okay, we're just gonna have some human samurai, this, that, and the other. But no, they're like, let's go full-on brute army, basing it more on like yokai and stuff, which amazing. Love it. I'm so, like I said, I'm so glad that they are more creative than I am. You have my hands on some fish gnomes? That is true. They are all very, very fun. I'm very, very excited because, oops, all demons. I'm really excited because the samurai fish gnome, that's going to be coming out here soon. I am 100% going to be taking that fish gnome and putting him on a brute base and counting him as my daimyo for my Euroni army. That's not even a question. It's like, how can you not do that? It's so ridiculous. Which is kind of a shame because I already put so much work into like the basing and stuff for my for my daimyo. It's like, oh crap. I'm still gonna paint it, and I'm very like pleased with how it worked out. But still, I'm just like, well, I, I oh well. I could likely use the same base to be perfectly honest, but I did this. I don't have it here. It's kind of put up in my pile of to work on. But I did this thing where I put bamboo surrounding him because he has that pose where he's like sheathing his sword, and so I wanted to make a really cool effect where it's like he just did a really cool samurai slash, um, and so uh, I took tons and tons of bamboo pieces and cut through them all in a particular direction. Uh, and so it looks like he's just like sliced through all of them and they're just starting to fall apart. It's a very fragile base to fit all of that on there. But it's really cool. Yeah. Thank you. We'll see how it turns out after painting it. I'm happy with how the base is going. And it's pretty much done. Always the hard part is the painting. All right, so we're putting even on the back of his little armor things here because there's going to be some shine coming off this, right? Because it glows. So that's why we have these little like glow effects coming out from down here and whatnot. And we're still going to get all those and all this contrast or and all this speed paint action as well. Lore-wise, you should thank the Theist 100. Yeah, I was reading that. That's pretty. I mean, there are a lot of factions I think that could probably thank the Theists, uh, good or bad. If you read crap, not the Mastiga, um, the like Heaven and Hell one. That I was reading through that, and basically, like, yeah, the Theist priests came in and did this ritual and opened up the doors and whatnot, and it's like, oh, hey, Voxel, what is this? A kaiju for ants? It's it's the attack of the giant small person. But this is the ancestor. He's gonna be sprouting out of this dwarf's back, basically. He's looking very greenish on my camera here, which is not ideal. But hopefully we'll get that fixed here in a minute. Okay, not too bad. Let's see here. But how are you doing, Voxel? Not bad. Yourself? I'm doing great. This is definitely one of the pieces where it's like, I don't play Dweg Home, but I really want to paint this. So I'm glad that we were able to work on this for this stream. I played Dweg Home. Yep, that is true. You guys want to go see more Dweg being painted? Orc is the one to check out. Well, I normally have this pinned, but I completely forgot to do it this time around. But if anyone is interested in purchasing this or other Conquest miniatures, you can absolutely. We're gonna drain the chemical glow yellow. Yeah, we're getting there. But there you go. I'm just gonna pin that real quick. There we go. So yeah, if anyone wants a discount when you're ordering stuff, that's the way to do it. Spark Minis, how's it going? If you guys don't follow Spark Minis, another amazing painter here on Twitch. But yeah, we are working on the Dweg Home Ancestor, the new Artisan series that's coming out. And I'm honestly very surprised in a good way. These speed paints are living up to their name for Army Painter. They are drying extremely quickly. And even not quick enough that I have to like freak out about it to make sure that everything's right where it needs to be, but it's enough to where I can like go and reactivate it a little bit if I need to and kind of spread it around, which is nice. I'm having a great time with these. But Spark, how are you doing? Are you excited for Nova? I know you're going. we have content we should film. Happy Saturday indeed. You feeling discouraged by the 100 Kingdoms? Just in terms of like painting them, or can't wait for it? You remember we're gonna film? Yeah, that's always the hard part. I have like 200 saved sounds and stuff that we can use, so I'm sure we can find stuff to go through. Games of what Skull wants to play. These are teaching game. Oh, nice. Definitely a good faction now. Go pinhold in a way of choices. Oh, I see. Yeah, that can happen as the rules kind of ebb and flow and develop. There are going to be lists that are, you know, maybe not necessarily better, but more competitive for folks. So I totally get what you mean there. Okay, let's try something a little funky. I'm gonna go with another speed paint. We're gonna try to do this one a little. What's the term? We're gonna try to use this very sparingly, very watered down. But we're gonna use this Nuclear Sunrise, which is a bit of an orange. We're going to go into some of the places in here and kind of work that in just a little bit. All right, we've shaken it up quite a bit. Let's see how this goes. I'm kind of scared because it's very, very dark. It's supposed to go on not too bad, so we're going to water it down a good bit. I might mix in some yellow with it anyway. Ooh, it looks very orange. All right, I think we are going to mix in a little bit of this maize yellow to it so we can make it a nice bright one. Nice thing about this is we can always brighten things up as we need. Okay. We're going to go just kind of in some of these little creases down here and whatnot. And in the face as well. Just a little bit more orange over here. Is where we're going to remind everyone to trust the process. and by everyone, I mean me. Because we're going to mostly use this orange in these areas where there's a lot of this flame kind of coming out. But we're going to go back in and still brighten this stuff back up. Doing home place some other kingdoms. Okay, there we go. That's not bad. There we go. But has anyone else here picked up the lore book and checked it out yet? There's a lot of really interesting stuff going on. Okay. Let's see. I feel like signing up for another army. Oh yeah. Well, that was the one thing I really find interesting about it. Probably there are a handful of tidbits in the lore book of what I've read so far. I still haven't read everything in it. There are some tidbits in there. They're definitely. I mean, they clearly are going to be showing off new armies in there. I mean, I looked at OD Lion. But they what was it? Like they're definitely setting up for obviously the 4 new factions that they released in it. But the one I'm really particularly interested in is, hey, Alan. There's love from Papa Nurgle. We trust the process. We're jamming on this. We're trying out these awesome Army Painter speed paints. And my camera is a little bit on the greener side. This is a lot more yellow and orange in real life. But we're going for this type of effect. So we're going to try to go after the artwork a little bit and see if we can manage emulating it a little bit. Is the goal. But how are you doing? Hope things are going well. Speed paint, never heard of it. Well, it's this really cool product from Army Painter. You should check it out sometime. Let's see. Okay, I got the bright stuff going on there. A little bit more of this darker orange here. I think that'll be good. Get into some of these little creases and stuff. I'm going right here with it too. Because we're going to do all these, and then we're going to go back in and brighten stuff up and get in the creases and stuff for those. So that'll be cool. There's people here. Don't. Is it? That was funny. Oh, yeah, fair. I was picking up what you're putting down. But this will be, and particularly for this stream where we're trying to show people, that you can make some awesome paint jobs in a pretty quick amount of time. Speed paints are definitely helping. And also a bit more accessible than stuff I've used in the past. Boy just got up. Talk to you later. Good luck painting. Thanks, Orc. I appreciate it. We'll catch you later, my guy. I was about to say, Spark definitely knows. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, that's not too bad there. Just looking at the artwork a little bit more. Maybe we'll go a little bit farther down. I'm going to get a little bit more of that Maya's yellow, though. Because the nuclear sunrise is a little dark by itself for what I'm looking for. I mean, we can always brighten it back up, and that's a nice thing about it. I think this is kind of more what I'm looking for. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how quick this is going. It's like, you know what? I've definitely punished myself for not trying these out earlier. It's one of those things though where you get comfortable with something, right? And you're just like, okay, I know I can do this well, so I'll do that. And so we are kind of experimenting here today, but you gotta if you want to grow. Let me get some of this under here. Wait, Spark, you got cats? What are these cats you speak of? All right. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, repair bottles just don't just have crazy names. Actual color description. Yeah, this I'm enjoying that very much as well. Oh, paint toppers. Very nice. I I was honestly just thinking about that the other day. It's like I have all these awesome army painter paints now. I'd love to get some toppers for them. So I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that so I can just paint up the stuff and have an easier time of seeing what's what. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna get just a big old ton of. We're just putting some orange down in here on the sides of where the shadow is. Not a ton, just a little bit. We'll go back over that here in a little bit, using that orange contrast. We'll go back over all this stuff so it looks a little more uniform. But we're just in the beginning stages. I'll probably make them into platypuses. I was thinking something along those lines would be kind of neat. Ooh. Okay. Honestly, pretty slick looking overall. It's nice to be able to get that detail without having to worry about, all the other stuff and whatnot that we're doing. But we're not just gonna stop there. We're gonna go a little farther than that. But what I'd like to do is go in with this. So again, this is the paint scheme we're going for, right? So we need to get this greenish tone down here. So I think we're going to start with some angel green. I think will be the move. Either that or maybe green skin. No, we'll go with just that for now. Keep it dark for right now. In the back, sorry. Lego building competition. Oh, nice. Is there like a particular thing that he has to build, or they like give him like a box and it's like, is it like a speed thing, or do they have to? I've never seen a Lego building competition, but it sounds really cool. Oh, I just realized I completely missed this one spot. Now we're just putting that dark thing on there. 4-person team, 16 teams overall. Oh, that sounds really cool. Hmm. All right, Army Painter, I see you here. And this is pretty nice. And these could be the same color too. That'll be fine. Here's like 5 10, so it's chaos. Oh, I bet. Okay. That's not too bad. Now we're likely going to do something that's very funky. Yeah, I'll bet you that's extremely entertaining. Hmm. Okay, now we're going to do... Now, as you can see, obviously it looks a little green. Let me see if I can actually change that a little bit. I'm going to switch to this camera real quick so it's not quite as bad. Let's see, camera. Exposure's fine, white balance. Ooh. Oh, this one might not be bad. Yeah, that seems a bit more closer to real life. Okay, we'll take that. Cool. So, looking not too shabby at the moment. What I'd like to do is get a little bit more of that orange in there, though. Right in this little general area. Because the concept is it's going to be burning really bright from here. And also, we're going to get some more kind of burniness in the core of this, which is why this isn't orange and whatnot. We're just going to use the orange as kind of an accent in certain places. So we are going to work up a lot of this. but I want it to be looking like it's coming out from the inside. So we're actually going to be doing something kind of funky. That is, we're going to be watering down white quite a bit. I'm going to try to swing back a little. Got a dad for a bit. No worries, Alan. Appreciate you popping in. But we are going to see. Yeah, we're going to see if we can use white on the insides of this to really make it kind of like pop, to show that it's like really, really bright in certain areas. So, but I think we can do a little bit more orange here and there. Kind of work that up a bit more. I think that'll be good. Yeah, that should be fine. We're going to put some metallics on there too for the armor. I don't want to just go straight non-metallics. So we're going to put some actual color in there too. So, let's see. So we have a pretty good, decent hour of progress here real quick. So let's go ahead and just take, and it'll allow me to let these dry a bit too. Let's go ahead and take just like a 2 or 3 minute break real quick, and we will be back and start moving on to the second layer and really try to put in some of those whites and bright colors so we can start building it back up. I think that'll be good. All right, let's get this going. We will be back here in just a few minutes. Okay. Perfect. This way, I figured it'd be nice to make sure that we all take some pretty solid breaks. That way, it's always good to just make sure that you get a little bit here and there. Because I've been, I'm one of those folks who will paint for hours and hours and forget to get up, stretch the legs, all that kind of stuff. And it is important. We're going to go. We're actually going to use some airbrush paint because this is going to be a lot more liquidy, and we're already gonna bring it down quite a bit. So we're gonna thin this out a lot because we want this more to go in the recesses of things as opposed to the I'm just fixing my web pal here. Yeah, we want this to go more into the recesses. So we're using airbrush paint because it's already very thin. So we can really thin this out. Okay. So primarily we're going to use this as down underneath here and these little crevices. It's perfect, exactly what I was hoping for. So just going right into the cracks really easily. And we're going to get some on top, and that's okay too. You could use speed paint medium for this too, likely, if you'd wanted to. But this is going to be really nice for us to be able to use. Actually, I'm going to do the same for here because I realized that I did not use the speed paints on this part, and I should do that. I'm actually going to go with a slightly bigger brush now. I'll use this other one just as a kind of a just in case. We're going to go into all these tiny little crevices. Trying to keep this white more towards the body right here. Because if we keep it towards the body, then that'll show where where this glow is coming from, right? So we're going to try to get in these crevices and stuff all the way deep down as much as we can. I remember to use some medium the other day, then a color without breaking the pigment. There you go. Very, very nice. Yeah, so as Big Boss just illustrated, that is one of the main reasons why you would potentially want to use a pigment or a medium instead of just water to thin things down, which is that it will help not break up the pigment too much. A little more consistency with it, which is good. There we go. We're getting some nice blending action in there with the yellows and the whites, which is perfect. It is kind of hard to see under there. So this is one of those pieces that wouldn't be a bad idea to sub-assemble before you paint, like paint each part individually. But definitely not required. Still get in there pretty good. Just make sure if you are thinning your paints and whatnot, when you do, that there aren't going to be any big old air bubbles. Because that is going to make things really difficult. Nice try, air bubbles. Yeah, we want this guy looking like he's really, really glowing. Especially towards the bottom down in here. So this is working out really well. Especially using this to kind of get into some of these crevices where the light's going to be like creeping out just a little bit. Just like that. Okay, now we're going to go in the back here and do the same thing. There we go. It's working pretty well. I'm doing like almost 2 parts water to paint here. This is very, very thin down. That's okay. And it's also blending some too, which is honestly even better. It's kind of cutting out some of the work for us because blending all this stuff can be such a pain sometimes, but it's blending itself really well. Hmm. So I'm just kind of letting the white pool into certain areas where I think it might need to show off some of that brightness coming through. So trying to keep it concentrated in there. We're not doing like a full just dip of like ink or something in there, but just kind of letting it take its own course a little bit and filling in those gaps a little bit. Because since we're doing this is we're doing the reason we're doing this is because it's kind of doing an inner glow on stuff is hard. In a 3D medium, inner glows are you really have to work for it. So that's what we're doing here. Um, but that's okay. Don't mind doing it. I think it makes a cool effect. And we're really going to like a little later into it. So we have more of the darker stuff coming out over here, which is fine. We'll still lighten it up a little bit too. But you can see, like right there, it really looks like there's starting to like some inner glow going on, which is really cool on the sides here. So that's kind of, we have to kind of force that perspective, right? So that's what we're trying to do at the moment. Yeah, it's getting pretty good down here. That's kind of what we're looking for. It's been a long time since I've done this kind of like glowy cloud or flame technique. I did it once before, some pretty good success on but I did like a pink flame, which was kind of interesting. But basically counterintuitive to what you normally would do with miniatures, typically. We're trying to go into the deepest recesses and make them bright. Because the deeper it goes, the brighter the glow. Because the glow comes from, the white of a glow comes from the source, right? So the inner part is where the source is. So typically when it comes to flame and stuff like that, it's very, very white in the middle, and then it goes out into the darker colors. So that's what we're trying to emulate here. Again, not terribly easy to do, but just kind of taking it, working it in, back in and out is kind of the way to go. But you also have to be careful because gravity will affect this, right? So you want to make sure that where this is all welling up and whatnot isn't going to kind of like overload or drip too far. Oop. Make sure we get those bubbles out of there. But just take some trial and error, but definitely hope that some of you guys are going to give this a shot. And remember, the darker areas are going to be coming out of the flame. So if you want to, so that's why we have like over here, there's not going to be a lot of like source fire, because I'm essentially making it so the source of this fire is coming from this ancestor's chest and the body of this dwarf. This is going to be the main one where it kind of fuels the rest, and then it comes into the middle here and burns. So that's why I'm focusing kind of in this general area and on the body of the dwarf itself, or the Dwegholm. I'm also making the hands a bit brighter too, because I just think that would kind of show that he's like moving the power and energy through its hands as well. I know that there are a lot of people who really enjoy like figuring out their own color schemes and stuff for a lot of things, but I also take an immense amount of joy in trying to emulate a color scheme, right? That's why I'm really enjoying trying to emulate this effect. It's not going to be easy, obviously, but and also luckily, since this guy is mostly fire, This can be incorporated into almost any color scheme you want. Just paint your Dwaeg's armor just like you would anywhere else, and you're good to go. Right, another part of the fame is the price is definitely helpful. Not so much the mains I'm currently working on, but I have plenty of fantasy stuff. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely one I have to like keep in mind. But when you're talking about light sources, right? Um, the whole the whole thing is like wherever the light source is coming from, it's the hottest and the hottest spot of it, or the brightest spot, is always going to be the center, and it spreads outwards. So wherever you're trying to keep your minis particularly hot, so to speak, or wherever their light source is going to be coming from, that's where you want to stick the most and the brightest. Hmm. Okay, let's try. And kind of the big elements. Let's try doing a slightly finer hand on it. You can also use stuff like acrylic inks for this. Works pretty well. A lot of people do that to try to get into crevices really easily. But I'm trying to do this with the best and most available tools so everyone can try to do this themselves back home. Okay, let's see. Let's get another. See, that's looking pretty good. Let's get you. The hard part is my impatience, as I'm sure most people can relate to. Like some areas, I wish were just going to be dry already, so I could continue on. Also, for anyone who's been following me for a while, knows how much I preach about never using a pure white or a pure black for really like anything. So this is kind of counterintuitive, but one of the reasons this is working is because it is blending in with the colors that's already there, and even if it doesn't, we will be blending in these colors so they aren't just pure white and pure black. Help that blend a bit. Exactly. So now we're just going into these tiny little lines in the crevices and just trying to sprinkle in as many of the little bright whites and oranges that we can. Especially the deeper the crevice, the more white it should be. And again, it's going to be fine if it gets like a little too white in some places, because we're going to be going back down into it and giving them the colors they need. Especially wherever it's collected a lot. There we go. We'll bring this back up with some yellows and stuff too. Like I said, we're going brighter. We're gonna be going kind of back and forth and pushing the brightness and the darkness here and there. Way up into those crevices. Oop, that was too much water. Okay. Hard part is definitely getting your brush up under for a lot of these details. But if you sub-assemble, you should be able to take care of that pretty easy. So you may be asking yourself, aren't you just fighting yourself by using the speed paints and then using this white wash to go back over them? Kinda. But I really only I don't want to make sure that these have a nice kind of color to go back and forth with, if that makes sense. So obviously, like we started off with white, And we could have just built up from there. But I think layering in a little bit, that's kind of back and forth, and also making sure that the white lines are really only in the crevices by themselves. And it's impossible to do that just like this, really. So you kind of have to go back and forth a little bit to really achieve that well. Hmm. Getting some pretty good, solid colors in here. There we go. Oh, yeah. Okay. Does anybody have any conquest armies they're working on at the moment? I'm gonna be jamming on my Uroni here very soon. I'm quite excited for that, to be honest. Some sprues of 100 Kingdoms staring at me longingly. I'm definitely interested to see how you paint them up. I had a color scheme for the 100 Kingdoms I was planning on doing because I have a decent amount of 100 Kingdom stuff. But not a ton. But I was planning on trying to get them for just like demos and stuff. And I was hoping um, um, I went after. There's a really cool source about some 100 Kingdoms lore online. And so I found these like different 100 Kingdoms houses, basically, or these different kingdoms within the 100 Kingdoms. And I was like, oh, I found this like seafaring one, or this harbor city, basically. So I wanted to base mine off that. They had this kind of like green and blue color scheme, and I was like, that'll look pretty cool. So why not go for that? Another established idea. Take the guesswork out. Yeah. Plus, their coat of arms is really cool. It had like a fish on it and everything. Okay. One with the green and yellow scheme. Am I steal your idea? So my Adepticon is a character model? Yeah, there you go. Okay. It's working pretty well. It's getting some nice. It's a little pale, which is understandable coming from just, and that's another reason you don't necessarily want to rely on the white too much. But like I said, we're gonna go back in here and really work that back up. I called my husband, but I'm back. It's looking real good. Yellows are much more yellow. Thank you. Yeah, we're getting there. It's looking a lot. It's very pale overall, and that's okay. We're gonna work it back up. But we have like super bright yellows coming out of here, which is what we want. It kind of goes into a little bit more of the oranges and stuff as it gets away from the source of the heat and the light. And then back in here, we're going to keep it nice and bright too. So. And I don't mind using a little bit of white here and there for this, mostly again because we're going to be going back over it. I never, it's not a 100% rule, but it's a pretty standard rule when I'm painting that we don't see pure white, we don't see pure black, unless, well, pure black you pretty much just don't see. We shouldn't, but pure white we don't want to see. Unless it's a very teeny tiny little like highlight. It's counterintuitive almost when you're like working in a style like this, because almost always when it comes to miniature painting, the insides of the crevices are dark, and then you just it's super simple to just, you know, as you get away from the center you just go brighter. Super easy to do, and that's just kind of how most of nature works. But flame is not most of nature. So we get a lot more white. And we basically have to reverse it if we're trying to produce that inner glow. And it's a very kind of weird concept. So on these this area of muscle right here, we're going to be going darker than we are lighter, which is again just so weird to think about. You're using paint fire inner glow with that. Well, if you're keen on a Dweg, this will be the one. But you were using, I don't know if I have any model that would lend itself to that. One of the things that's really cool about this is you can really, especially when it comes to fantasy, right? You can kind of make it happen. If you have a dude who's just crazy powerful, and maybe you want him to have like glowing eyes, same concept. You want the whites like on the inside of the eyes to really be what shows up, not so much these other colors. So you're just kind of inverting what you would normally do. Maybe you have a, you know, even though it may not be like necessarily done on the miniature or something, but you could have a you could have a magic item, magic axe or something. Oh yeah, glow. Yeah, I figured you might have. Or if you find a character, if you want to do a nighttime scene, or you have a character with a torch, this is perfect for it. You said it was it your husband that was playing Hundred Kingdoms a lot? Because they also have the you could definitely do this technique with the Archangel. If you had one of the monster from an Eldritch Hard diorama. Oh, there you go. Only about 50 eyes. Woo! That's gonna look super cool though. I'm excited to see that. Oh, skull. That's right. Okay. If they decide to get an Archangel, then that'd be a pretty cool one to do. I really want to get the Dwayg uh what is it? The Iron Golem, the big old giant mecha that it has in this army. I really want to get that and paint it up because I want to paint it to have that inner glow, but I want it to be like that really dark volcanic look to it, you know? Or Sigil or Cyber Skull Root on Twitch, one of them. Oh, fair enough. So I say I seem to remember Sigil, but I could be wrong. You want to pay a mech? Shocked, I say. Yeah. Well, I mean, I thought about trying to do it for Mecha May, the Dwayne Home. I mean, I don't think it's technically a mech because he's not. Well, I mean, he is sitting on a throne, but it's just on top of the head. It doesn't have its own head, so I think it still counts personally. But I'm also clearly biased. So I could just take some fancy model aside. It's not like human flesh. Yeah, true. Construct elementals, perfect opportunity to do that. Mountain Nar. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like you could do like a nature thing, kind of give him like some glowy green stuff if he's a mountain Jotnar. Or there's always the storm giants that are pretty easy to justify. Ooh, glowing Huskarls, that'd be cool. Thought I'm gonna bring up like a Norgby actual Einreinjar. What's already died in battle now? Part of owns. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Just trying to think this through now for a moment. I want to paint even just one regiment of Golden Glow. It's like a very difficult thing to pull off. Yeah, I suppose. Depends on how keen you are on it. I have as someone who's fairly well known for being a bit of a glutton for punishment. I'm probably not the best person to ask because my want to make the whole thing look cool often outweighs the pain and suffering I will I will take for it. Like painting up an entire army of pearlescent spires. I do not recommend, not because I don't want to see more of them, because I think it would be really cool to see more of them. But it is a task. You have to be really dedicated to the scheme to make something like that for a full army. I won't be keeping consistent collection for the army. Can't do just that. Get sick of it. That's fair. Honestly, nothing wrong with that. That's actually one of the reasons why I'm looking forward to painting my Euroni. It's because I'm purposefully not painting them all to a solid color scheme together. I want it to look like as if it was like a village of Euroni that kind of banded together to fight. So each one's gonna have like different clothing and stuff like that. Like I want them to look like they just leapt up to the defense of their village, um, as opposed to a unified fighting force. If that makes sense. Okay. So like I mentioned before, we have a lot of that nice white color into a lot of the crevices and things that we need, as well as we have some of the more darker oranges and yellows still up in some of these areas, which is exactly what we want. Um, so we're starting to get there, which is good. It's very pale right now, so we don't want to necessarily keep it that pale. We want to work it up into more of a bright color. So That's what we're going to do. But all these tiny little lines defining the insides of these flames and stuff is absolutely perfect for getting a nice, good glow effect. So that's exactly what we were looking for. We don't have it so much here. It gets a little darker back here, and that's totally fine. This is the brightest right here, and then it gets a bit brighter as we go into here. And that's okay. We don't mind that. Well, all my armies, because even painting 5 miles the same way kills motivation. I totally understand that. Totally understand. That's why growing up, I almost always just stuck to characters. I remember I had even skirmish warbands. I would get bored of the color scheme halfway through and try to paint the rest the another way. Doesn't matter as long as it looks good, right? So, all right. This is starting to come together. We're going to take another short bio break. This is an excellent opportunity to kind of get up and, take a few steps around, stretch your legs, that sort of thing. It's very important that you make sure to do that after, every so often. There's me painting historical games with dozens, not hundreds of similar uniforms. Yeah, that's fair. I haven't finished seeing, Orc Boys. I got bored of the scheme. Yeah, I can totally understand that. We'll take a quick little break here. That'll also give us the opportunity to kind of dry a little bit in some places. We might go back through and do a few more little dots of line of white on the insides of those things, but we'll come back and we'll jam after just a quick little jaunt, little leg stretch. So we'll be don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. think we're back. Hopefully everyone got some good stretching and whatnot in. Oh. Okay. I think we're pretty good on most of this. Let's do just a few more little sections here. I think we'll be good. Love the Ozone. Hey, Tenenbrum, what's going on? Thank you. We're so this is the Dweghome ancestor, the spirit of the ancestors coming out of the back of this little guy down here. But we're trying to emulate this a little bit. So we're starting to get there. We're not quite there, but that's where we're going. So we had to make sure to put some colors down first. Then we went in and got some of the inner glow started to work on a bit. So now we're gonna start working and picking things back up a little bit. I don't think we necessarily need to go with the ice yellow yet, but we can go the imp yellow. I think we can go with demonic yellow. But how are you doing today? Yeah, I think we'll go with this demonic yellow. You know, I'm an orchid heart. I will not say I approve of burning dwarves. No, it's all right. They volunteered for this one, I think. Okay, we got this imp yellow as well that we're gonna mix in. Let's see how this goes first, though. If you don't mind that too much. But as an orc player, or as an orc at heart, have you tried playing or tried the Wadroon yet? I mean, who doesn't love orcs riding dinosaurs? That's kind of always my thought. Oh, you stick with the Nords, eh? Interesting. I assumed you were gonna be a Wadroon player, but you have dashed my expectations. Okay, that's not too bad. Wait, playing the oh, I see. That makes sense. Yeah, I get that. It's not always the funnest to be the only one or to be like one of 1,000 people playing the same thing. So wolves and big guys. Hey, can't go wrong with that. How long have you been playing? It's weird to think how quickly this game has grown. Because I'd say like there's a decent amount of folks who were playing kind of towards the beginning, but I have to remind myself that like not everyone was here for when there were only like 4 factions. But my first miniature was actually a Dweg. I painted for Conquest, but first army was Spires. I thought I was going to need that imp yellow, but it doesn't look like I'm going to need that much, which is a good thing. We're going to get a bigger brush so we can get a bit more surface area covered. Here we go. Okay, now we're getting back into the traditional yellows, not so pale. Yeah, that's looking much better. I was a little worried. I was like, man, did I actually mess this up? Like one of the big keys to painting and doing art and stuff is just confidence anyway. Oh, here we go. Not too bad here. There we go. Yeah, using this bigger brush is very nice. Covering a lot more area than we would have before. Now we're even going over the orange-ish parts because that's all right. We're going to work those oranges back in again, like we're doing with the rest of these. Matthew, how's it going? Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Glad you're able to catch the stream. We're just working on the Ancestor, the new Dweghome figure. We're trying to copy the artwork a little bit, show folks how to do that. So it's getting there. So we got a little ways to go still. Yeah, it's pretty big. I mean, the dwarf itself is not too bad, but yeah, it's a brute sized figure. Which faction do you play? If you don't mind me asking. City States, very nice. So I say, I think it wasn't the first figure I painted doing these streams, but it was definitely one of the first ones I painted was a City States guy. I don't think I've painted City States since then. Not because I don't want to, but lots to paint. Uroni, yeah. That's what I'm working on for my own personal army as well. And I gotta say, it's nice having a bunch of brutes to paint as opposed to lots of infantry. It definitely makes things a little easier to digest, I think. Exactly why I like Ironi. Nice. Some more time painting brutes and customizing bases. Exactly. You have quite a few Uroni that are pretty much built now. I just need to get on to painting them. I'm likely going to bring a few of them to the Nova Open when I come along, since I'll be hanging out and chatting, talking Conquest anyway. So surprised by the size of the Dormaru Damashi. Difficult build. Those are massive. Yeah, I was same here, to be honest. I was really surprised at how big they were. Pleasantly surprised. And yeah, the one in particular, the middle guy, and on like the box art and stuff, the leader, his build was a little difficult, but once you kind of figure it out, it's not too bad. I'm glad that they did a video for it. So my symbol is almost twice as high. Yeah, he's huge. So city states in Uroni. Interesting choices. Have you played any games with the Uroni yet? We're still just working on getting the army ready to go. Only play paint. I'm right there with you. I don't know what it is. I just like, and no, no shade to folks who play without. I used to play without a lot, but nowadays I just can't bring myself to do it. I don't know. I'm a slow painted. Me too. I was I worked on my Spires army for years. I mean, there were a handful of things. It wasn't completely just it. There were some other projects I had to do in between. But I worked on my Spires army for years, and it wasn't until basically Play on Tabletop said, "Hey, do you want to come out and play?" I was like, "Oh crap, I got to get an army actually done." So I just like put everything else aside and focused, and that helped. It still took months. Radiation Riley, how's it going? Using my Urani for an escalation league, which is really helping push the pain. Oh, you know what? That's an awesome idea. That is a really smart way to do it. Like a little bit of escalation league, get some new stuff. You can like field the new stuff as soon as you're ready to go. Really smart. Really, really good idea to kind of push yourself to, getting more stuff done. I'm working on getting my league up and running over here as well. We were very, very close to getting our league stuff kind of up and running, which is really nice. Blue Jay Tengu finished. Took a week because the base just on the to-do list. Yeah, I totally get that. That's kind of how my Kitsune is right now. Actually, all of my Uroni that I've started painting, I started painting on this stream. So, like, if you go back on YouTube, you can check out the previous stuff and see where it got. I haven't finished any of them yet, unfortunately, but I got pretty close with a lot of them. It is harder to do in a single to paint a brute in a single stream. Um, Again, slow painter, but we can at least get enough to like show people some of the basics of painting them, which is why we do what we do still here. But I don't foresee I don't see a monster being painted on here anytime soon, unless you all tell the Parabellum folks that that's what you want to see. Okay. Dear Parabellum, can we please start while by making him paint one monster in one sitting? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if it is what the people want, I will do my best. I would love to do these a lot more frequently, but I do as much as we can with what we got. Sorry, the color scheme alone is a long process for me. Go through a lot of Pinterest. Oh, yeah. I totally get that. Yeah, it's really nice when a color scheme just kind of comes to you, but unfortunately, that doesn't always happen very quickly. Campaign is point-based, so each completed unit, each custom objective marker, and so on is added so much to the hobby incentive and gives folks who are more into hobby than playing a decent chance to score well in a league, even if their games do not do well. I love that pushes our groups and more competitive players actually paint their minis. Yeah, that's really cool. Um, that is something I will likely try to start doing here. I think an escalation league would be really nice. Which I think they have rules for that in the like campaign rule book, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. I need to take a look at that. I haven't read through that all the way. Your Parabellum. You send me a monster. I'll co-host on here as we paint side by side monsters one day. It's a great way to get new folks in the game and introduce them to the hobby in a fun, rounded way. Where's where's your local community, if you don't mind me asking? I don't want to like dox you or anything, but what local shop are you at? Watchtower Games. Here's you're in Virginia. Okay, cool. I'm gonna have to try to make a trip up there at some point. Um, I'm not quite that close, but I am in Virginia, so I'm trying to get a league started down here in Blacksburg. Well, if you're in Harrisonburg, are you going to be going to the Nova Open then? Because there is going to be a Conquest tournament, and I will be at the Conquest booth there. So I'd love to see and meet some folks, some fellow Virginian folks. Maybe I have to see if I can get off work. That's fair. It is. They do also have it on like Saturday and Sunday too. So it'd be. I'm not sure how far Harrisonburg is, but from the Nova Open specifically, but Yeah, if you typically have weekends off, it is typically it is running on the weekend as well. But if you don't typically get the weekends off, they are definitely running um Thursday and Friday as well. All right. Hey, Bedlam, what's going on? Good to see you. Been busy lately? Yeah, no worries. I see you've been very active in the paintings portion of the Discord as well. No problem. So kind of consigned a desk with a. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, you can get that checked out and the doctors can get you fixed up quickly enough. I like sharing tips, especially when people actually want to hear and use it. No, I get that. Same here. It's one of the reasons why I started streaming in the first place. So I was like, if I can help, then I'm happy to do it. You mean announcing July winners today? No, we are still in July. Uh, so I'm just going to be showing off the June winners. Since we had a later stream this month, I would have announced the June ones. But there's still a few days left for folks to enter Colors of Conquest by posting their stuff online. So the next stream we'll be announcing the July winners, though, for sure. Are you back to paying soon? Good. Yeah, normally we would have liked to have done the stream earlier, but it was honestly me. It was not their issue. But I had previous basically trip planned that I had to do. Otherwise, we would have done it last week. But yeah, my dad's getting up there in years, and I promised that I would take him to. He's a big fan of cars, so I promised I would take him to the National Corvette Museum, which is not very close. It's a long day of driving, but I finally had some time off of work, so I was like, all right, let's do it. So finally went and did that. What are the rules for Colors of Conquest? So for Colors of Conquest, it is basically an open invitation for folks to paint their miniatures and post online. And if you do that and use the hashtag, yeah, exactly, worth the time spent with my dad. It was on his bucket list, and he's getting up there. So, but so from let me just find the page here real quick. As a matter of fact. So, as you can see on the website, if you go over to community and click Colors of Conquest, you can see all the Colors of Conquest stuff. And they do a monthly miniature painting contest. So you show off your miniatures and you post your work on social media and use the hashtags Colors of Conquest and miniature painting. If you use both of those, and then also make sure to tag their social media if you can, with the entries, then they'll be entered to win. And that's basically it. That's all you got to do. And that's just a way to kind of, incentivize folks to paint their stuff and post it online, but you're automatically entered to win. And at the end of the month, they're the studio painter Demo, who's an excellent guy, amazing painter. Will select the winner of the top 10 submissions. The winner each month gets a $50 or euro voucher from Parabellum, and the 9 finalists will get a $25 coupon for the eShop. So pretty cool. All you got to do is just post them online on social media. You're good to go. Make sure you tag them, though, so they can see. But the rules are they have to be of Conquest. Alterations and conversions are allowed, provided parts are used from Conquest miniature line, excluding the basing. Restructuring or modifying parts of the miniature is permitted, as long as the concept remains recognizable. Posting photos to social media with the hashtags and tagging them. Each entry can only be submitted once. The Conquest will run monthly until December 2026. 10 best entries will be showcased. That's actually new. Interesting. We'll have to figure out what that's about. But yeah, so basically each month, that's what they do. Easy peasy. Okay, now we get to go back to the yellowish orange, I think. Which one is the... Oh, there we go. I was gonna flip armies. I was planning on going back to the Old Dominion, but my wife decided otherwise. Classic. So now we're painting Euroni. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Hey, Carol. Thanks for streaming. Catch you next week. No worries, big boss. We'll catch you later. She's gonna be one of the monsters for our anniversary, so I got elected. Yeah, very nice. Okay, we're gonna go with a bit of orange magma. Those is fairly aptly named. Actually, I don't know if we want to go with that or we want to go for lava orange. Because lava orange might work pretty well, but let's. This is the one I want. Not the air lava orange or the air orange magma. I want the war paint lava orange. That's what's going to do it. All right, good old army painter. Let's do this. I'm just going to mix a little bit of it and the yellow that we were doing earlier. Okay, that might not be. I think I'm going too light with it. I need to go darker. Here we go. That is starting to work out. We're trying to work back up some of these oranges. You're ready to suit you, however, you think? Oh, yeah? Just because they're kind of bigger characters to paint? Sure, I won't have to paint. Yeah, I totally understand that. I'm kind of the same vein, to be honest. Hmm. I think we might just do a dry brush on this section here. That dry brush is probably too big. This one should work though. Cryo cheese. Oh my lordy. With a big old raid. How are you doing, buddy? Welcome, welcome. I'm good, and you? Not too bad. Hold on. If you guys don't follow Cryo Cheese, please make sure that you do. Another phenomenal miniature painter. Hopefully, one day in the near future, I'm gonna finally be able to meet. But how was your stream, Cryo? So I skip on SK after tournament. Mental load was heavy. Looking for a simpler army. I get that. I'm kind of. That's why I was kind of glad to see the Aroni and decided to go in on them as well. Bedlam. Thanks, man. How's the paint coming along? Had a great time. Usual long. Get quiet towards the end and put everyone to sleep. Class. I totally understand that. I am. I do the same. But yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're working on this Dwagom ancestor. You see the character down below, and then coming out of the character is the ancestor, the fiery ancestor spirit. And so we're trying to paint it up sort of like the art that we have there. So we're getting there. We got a long ways to go, but we're getting there. JoJo's bizarre ancestor. Oh my god. I can't believe I haven't heard that before. That's amazing. I liked Kingdoms, but it was a great time with them. It was time to move on. Understandable. I've been chilling at that joke the day they showed it. That's amazing.ほうほう、もう買ってくるのか。Staying home or stand you? Yeah, basically. It's I guess technically yes. So the reason we're dry brushing this area, or these oranger areas, is because we don't want to lose the undertone where the glow is coming from, right? We're trying to keep that as best we can. Just try to blend it in a little bit. There we go. It's not too bad. The hard part is getting this big old thick dry brush underneath some of these areas. One thing I like to tell folks to do also, if you are doing dry brushing, don't just go straight back and forth like this. You know, don't just go straight one way or the other. Try to do little circles. When you're doing little circles, you get a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Variety. And it doesn't streak as badly typically. Results may vary. Just do your best. Yeah, definitely appreciate the raid in here, Cryo. I'm glad that your painting's going well. Night shift. Beckoning. Have a good one. No worries, Bedlam. I appreciate you popping in. I know it's late where you're at, but appreciate you popping in anyway. And hope you have a good rest of your weekend. I'll see you on the Discord, no doubt. I need to stop lurking as much as I do. I need to start interacting a bit more. Feel bad. There we go. So you got some nice. See kind of some of these glows and stuff coming in through. Pleasure and thanks. Yeah. I was about to say, it's pretty late over there for you too, right, Cryo? I'm sure. Later on, no worries. It's good to see you too, Radiation. Hopefully, we'll be able to see you at Nova if you can get the time off for it. Just tell your boss to give me a call. I'll make sure that he like gets you, or he or she will get you a note so you can go to Nova. Be like, it's very important because he's got to go and kick some butt in Conquest. 10:30 p.m. still fine. Oh, that's not too bad. Need some sort of dinner though. Oh yeah, definitely go get your dinner. don't neglect dinner. The night is young. I am not. I feel that. Murdoch Miniatures, how's it going? The night is young. And the night is young. And you are beautiful. How's it going, Murdoch? Did I say behind before? Did you? Oopsie, no worries. If you did, I missed it, and I apologize. That would be my fault. But I hope you're doing well. All right. Not too bad overall. See, we got, like I mentioned before, we're first doing this, we want the inner parts that are going to be like the most like fueled by the fire, the brightest points is like down in here in this armor. We still have it nice and bright, that nice bright yellow kind of popping up into here. And I'm not so worried about this section up here being too bright or dark. I don't mind it being dark. Kind of same with the back here. We wanted to make sure we had these nice little indents where you can see the glows coming through. We're gonna have to work up some more of this yellow, but I'm not quite liking this yellow for this. demonic yellow, this imp yellow. Maybe we'll mix a little bit of that with the orange and see what happens. No, it's still a little too pale. So now we're going for kind of the different tones here. Desert yellow's not going to do it. Demonic yellow. Oh, it's because there's two demonic yellows. I think maybe this air one will work a little better. Oops, did I not shake that? Yeah, I think this yellow's working out a little better. Hopefully some folks are getting in some good Conquest games today. Or maybe not today, but this weekend. Mm-hmm. Okay. Too bad there. There we go. So we got the insides quite a bit lighter, which is good. And some of the outside's a little darker, which is fine. I think that's probably a pretty decent place to pause on that point. There we go. Yeah, you can pause there for right now. We got some pretty good portions rolling in for that. It's good. We can work on the armor a little bit. Luckily, that's going to be pretty easy. In fact, we might just be doing a bit of dry brushing again. But I want to double check. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Ah. Might just go over some of these parts with the yellow speed paint. Interesting. That's fair enough. So yeah, we'll probably take just a quick little break and get working on the inside, the armor here. We'll do that for just a little bit, and then we'll check out the winners and runner-ups for Colors of Conquest, and then that'll be the stream for today. So we got some pretty good, and primarily the point of this stream was to show off making some cool fire effects. I think we're getting pretty close. So definitely going from outside to inside with the brightness is what I wanted to show off, and thankfully that we got through that part. But yeah, let's take a quick few minute break, and we will be right back. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, let's get back to it. Here we go. Let's double check this here. There we go. Okay, cool. So I think we're gonna work on doing a little more with the armor. That's the word I was looking for. Armor. And I've been staring at this paint from Army Painter for a while. I think it's going to work really well with it. We're going to go with this. It's called Tainted Gold. It's got this very greenish gold color, and it's been staring at me, and I really think it'll work well for the kind of green that they have on that art. So I wanted to give that a shot. So let's see how this goes. That's an interesting looking color. This is a lot wetter of a paint, which is not doing quite as well for dry brushing. But I like the color that's coming from it. There we go. I'm gonna be careful with the dry brushing too. I just realized I was marking up some of the glow, which I don't want to do. Dry brush is satisfying. It really is when it works. It's nice just to see the color. I feel a similar satisfaction when airbrushing too. You're gonna get a snack too? You can bring me one. I'm starving. That's what I'm gonna do after we're gonna be done with stream here in just a little bit. Then we're gonna go to dinner, get some dinner. Cheese, oh, the best. You know the way to my heart. Okay. Cool. So we're gonna do just a bit. Let's see. So it's not quite finished, clearly. But we're pretty close. We're getting there. But I think it's about time because we're getting close to time to end anyway. that we should take a look at the Colors of Conquest winners for June. Why don't we? All right. So, June. So, first we have the runner-up. Oh, before we get into that, it's probably hold on. It's probably a good idea before we get into the winners of June's Colors of Conquest to first explain what Colors of Conquest is. So let's go ahead and do that. Painting for prizes and glory. So every month, anyone who paints any Conquest miniatures and posts them on social media is entered automatically and eligible to win gift cards for the online store, which is pretty cool. When you post online, you do have to use the hashtag Colors of Conquest and miniature painting. Be sure to tag them also. Tag their social media platforms. If you don't follow them all already, you can click there and find it. But make sure to tag their social media profile as well. That way they can know to sit and collect it and make sure that it's entered. But each month, the Studio Painter Demo selects the top 10 winners, or the top 10 submissions of the month. And with those top 10, the number one winner gets a $50 voucher from Parabellum, and the 9 runner-ups get a $25 or euro coupon for the eShop. So you didn't submit anything in June, Matthew. Oh, well, that just means you'll have more to submit in July. Maybe. Or, yeah, for this month. We still have a few days left in this month. Does the Studio Painter have Insta? He does. Hold on a second. Let me see here. I will share it in the chat with you. But it's Demos XLS. And I'll share it here in the chat. But that is the Studio Painter. Met him a few times. He's an excellent guy. His work is stunning indeed. But he is the Studio Painter for Parabellum. And he is the one that will choose the winners, and then I just come on and announce them. They've already been announced for this month, so we're just going to review and check them out for everybody. But next month, I will be announcing them ahead of time, so you'll be able to see them when we're on this stream. So let's hop right into it, shall we? First runner-up we have with this amazing Kitsune is Spilbo Baggins, painted in a very similar way to the studio version, which is really cool. And honestly, did a really good job of emulating that exact same style and colors. So I do love the addition of the little basing elements as well. Makes it look really nice. Yeah, the wooden base is nice, and although it has nothing to do with the painting, the backdrop is a really good choice. Really nice looking. So gotta love someone who has the good eye for the photo. Next runner-up, we have Pandemonium Miniatures with the Sakari. Really awesome looking Sakari too. Like, I love the subtle. You can see in, like, especially on the other side of the screen from me, the very subtle mask, but you can see the outline of where the eyes are and stuff. Like, they did a great job with this. It kind of reminds me of the Star Wars Imperial Guard, you know? I'll have to submit some more June for August, so I don't get much paint done this month. Yeah, absolutely. You should. Like I said, it's free to enter, so. But yeah, excellent, lovely unit of Sakari. This would be great to see on a tabletop for sure. Well done, Pandemonium. Next runner-up we have is Heresy for Heretics AU. If you are not familiar with Heresy for Heretics, if you're on TikTok or Instagram, you've likely seen his stuff before. He's a great dude, and he is very well known for his, like, synthwave and kind of cyberpunk colors. So he doesn't tackle fantasy very often. I was very excited to see that he was doing some Conquest. And And of course, he had to do his very very standard, well, not standard, his expected, I guess, style of colors with the bright neons and whatnot. But it honestly translated really well to this. So, um, yeah, really, really nicely done. I was glad to see something so cool looking. So he did a great job. Musha. Yeah, his last LED nights looked awesome too. Yeah, true. Warm gold is an awesome addition. It really is. The blue and gold, or like kind of blue and orange tones, go together really, really well. So it was an excellent choice. Like I said, he normally paints a lot of sci-fi stuff, so it's really cool to see his take on fantasy, and it worked really, really well. All right, next runner-up we have. Oh, actually, very similar colors. But the Hobby Hobo, another excellent painter online. Make sure to give them a follow around if you can. I love this Mahout. Um, most of the ones you see are just kind of like grayish or whitish in that kind of ivory color. But this one, I don't know. I really like this like turquoise looking one. But again, with like you mentioned, with the warm golds and stuff on there, really excellent work. Really, really nice. I especially like the tusks being gold too. Just yeah, really nicely done. There was just like such a nice such nice values on this, like even just between like the legs and where the creases go, or you know, the recesses are, um and where the highlights are. I love this one. This is really nice. Well, and lapis lazuli stat, yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, Hobby Hobo is killing with this. I'm looking forward to seeing what goes on top of the pagoda up there. All right. Next up, we have Lady Rose painting, and I believe I've been watching their progress with these on the Discord, and it really, really cool to see. The colors are excellent, honestly. Um, the dark red and gold is another phenomenal color scheme. But in addition to the kind of dark blues that you have in greens and the clothes and the wings and stuff, um, it really, really works well. The best part about this for me, obviously, like the freehand on the clothes is really nice, but it's all the same tone. It looks like they're all in the same world, and that is not easy to do, especially when you do one that's kind of different like this. Um, it's clearly not just like in, you know, high noon on a nice summer's day. It's, you know, this looks atmospherically, it looks a little different, probably a little closer to the evening. Maybe the sun has just set or is getting close, or maybe it's a cloudy day, you know. Um, but it's really, really nice to see that. So well done, Lady Rose. Next up, we have Lavale Manuel. I probably butchered that name. I apologize if so. But with Skypiercer Yindak, one of my favorite characters in Conquest. And a really unique take on him too. I really like the blues and purples going on here, especially in his big like gauntlet. I painted one up a little while ago, and uh, most people I feel like do typically like a gold or something for it. But this is a really unique color scheme that works really well. Especially, I love the bright green turquoise on the for the blades of the trident. That's a really cool idea, and just kind of matches everything all together because you can see all the different purples and blues, and then the greens go together with all the tiny little beads and stuff too. So really, really nice. And the blending on the skin is just super smooth too. Very, very nice indeed. All right, so next up we have Overbite miniatures. I think I've only seen Overbite not be on here like once or twice, but Overbite is always killing it with a Damar Damashi. Really interesting color scheme too, and I like the the really nice like blues going into the ribbons, talismans, cloth, whatever you would like to call it. But it's got this like etherealness to it, right? Um, but yeah, Overbite always just killing it, and always with the lovely pictures too. But the red and silver is a really interesting color scheme that works really well together, especially when you use some of those little highlights of the kind of tan or like goldish color too. So the silver he's used on a lot of his pieces because he had the daimyo he did in the same color scheme, but it was primarily that silver, and it reminded me a lot of that Keanu Reeves movie, the 47 Ronin. The big bad in that, it was literally like a 7-foot tall silver samurai. It reminds me of that, which I like a lot. So really, really nice. All right, next runner up. We only have one more runner up and then the winner after this. But Greg Ulrich, I believe is pronounced. It's nice to see some spires here. But I've been watching Greg's work in the Discord as well recently, and gotta say, absolutely love the color scheme. There are not a lot of red spires that I've seen out there, I think, and it works really, really well. And the especially with the ferromancy like glowy potions and stuff with the greens, just red and green is a hard thing to pull off without it looking like Christmas. Thankfully, Greg was able to rock it here pretty easily. And you can also see like he's got some texture in there next to the mouthpiece of that nasty thing with all the tubes and stuff. It's very, very gross, very, very spires. And the glows that's coming from the sensor staff as well. I really like that a lot. So really nicely done. All right. I believe, yeah, there's our last runner-up, Paratazi. Paratazi's Euroni army is arguably going to be the most stunning Euroni army ever painted. let's be real. Paratazi has been posting in the Discord as well, and man, Paratazi does a little bit of conversion work here and there, but a lot of basing work, as well as implementing some extra elements. You can see like the Torii arches in the arch in the back, things like that, from some 3D printable basing elements. And it all works out really, really well. This is just, every time I see a new unit come from this army, I'm just like stunned at how much is put in. Like I thought that I was putting a lot into mine, and then I see this. I'm like, oh, I'm surprised he's not the winner. Yeah, Paratazi has won the past 2 months due to his Euroni, and he's won before as well. I remember last year he was doing some, I believe it was Paratazi, was doing some Sorcerer Kings that were looking really good. But yeah, I mean, it looked absolutely stunning as it has continued to be for that Euroni army. But the winner of this month's Colors of Conquest is Black Bear mini painting with the Scion of Death for the Wadroon. And this is one of the most impressive singular figures I've seen in a very long time, I think. I'll show you some details here pretty soon, but yeah, congratulations, Black Bear. This is stunning. I hope that you paint a full army of Wadroon in this color. I love the purples and oranges that you got going on with this. It's very unique. Not what I've expected. Love the weapons the most. Yeah, we're going to show those off here in just a second, but I just wanted to get a kind of a close-up of the of like the values changes that you have going on there. Like you can see in the orange, and in the hair as well, you can see where the values change up a little bit and the highlights go in. And it's just absolutely phenomenal. It's very, very well done. Even on the brace here on this side, you can see where the highlight is, where it kind of goes down into the darker recesses and whatnot. It's just really well done. But and even like the tattoos on her legs and stuff too, and just the different color values that are in that kind of greenish skin tone looks so good. But then like right above me, the weapons, wow. Like this is one of the things I love about fantasy. It doesn't matter what, like, it doesn't have to be a realistic necessarily color, but like it goes together with the rest of the color scheme really well. That kind of greens and purples and a little bit of orange in there too. There's even a bit of like dark blue showing up in there, but just the thing that's really cool about this is not just that the colors look really good when put all together. You can see these tiny little lines of like texture in the blade, which is reminiscent of, you know, real blades. So that's a really, really nice detail that was put in there. It looks like there's light shining off of those blades. Um, and yeah, wow, just really, really nicely done, Black Bear. Really, really good. But yeah, congratulations to everybody for the month of June. I'm super excited to see what we get for July. But that is going to be, I believe, about where we're at for the stream. We got some pretty good work done, kind of showing off. Ooh, it's really bright in this particular angle, but we got some good progress done on this Dwaycom Ancestor. Kind of showing off how to get some like nice glow tones and kind of moving up from that into something a little different. So it's definitely a bit different than what we've painted in the past, because we haven't really done any like intense lighting effects or anything. So I was glad that we got to kind of show off some of that a little bit here. But I appreciate all you guys sticking around and hanging out and watching along as we paint the ancestor. I'm really excited for next month. So we're going to be streaming. I can tell you now that we'll be streaming, I believe it was the 16th. So we'll be doing the 16th and announcing the winners of July's Colors of Conquest then. And just for the cool folks who are here on stream, I'll tell you the miniature that we're going to be painting. It's not announced yet, but I'll tell you the miniature that we're going to be painting is going to be the Weaver's Oberon. So I'm very excited about that because, like anyone who knows me for the past few years on stream or not, I have been obsessing over the Weavers since we saw the very first concept arts back in like 2021 or 2022. So I'm very excited. I'll be painting the first Weavers here on stream. So I hope you guys will join me for that. Be on the lookout for an announcement here pretty soon about it. And yeah, Insect Boys, we're gonna do it. I'm very, very stoked. But I really appreciate you guys sticking around and hanging out. Muff and Matthew and Mechanic and Murdoch. Cryo for the raid, everybody. Really do appreciate that. Let's go ahead and see if there's someone else we can raid into that we can just hang out with. If all goes really well, maybe we'll be able to find someone who is jamming on some Conquest. That would be very cool. Every once in a while it happens, but not always. But if not, we have some folks that are at least awesome painters that we can raid into and say hi. Let's see. I don't see anyone in the category that's working on Conquest specifically right now. But that's okay. We will. Wow, there's a lot of people on today. Okay. Yep, didn't see that, but that's okay. We are going to roll into Falling Freely, as they popped in here earlier. She's a phenomenal painter, award-winning. So make sure you give her a follow. Oh, actually, well, Ghoul's on. I think we raided into Ghoul once already. So we're gonna raid into Falling Freely. She's a phenomenal painter. So please make sure to give her a follow if you can. Also, if you are able to. Oh, actually, hold on a second. Before we do that, let me go ahead. If you are keen, love it if you would also give me a follow on my page. Walter's Workshop. We stream twice a week on my personal channel, Walter's Workshop. Typically twice a week, sometimes, but typically Mondays and Wednesdays, unless there's something that gets in the way of that, basically. But yeah, we will be. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Thank you for being here. We'll be streaming some more stuff next month on this channel. And we're going to be doing the first Weaver, so I'm super excited about that. And this will also be up on YouTube here probably next week or so. They typically put these up, so we'll try to get that up and running. And hopefully I'll see you, if not on the Walter's Workshop Twitch stream, then we'll see you on next month's Parabellum stream. So thank you all, and have a good rest of your weekend.